Calling this meeting to order. As you are aware, committee members, we are here to discuss a motion that was passed here at this committee on July 22nd, that pursuant to Standing Order 1083H, the committee review the safeguards which are in place to avoid and prevent conflicts of interest in federal government procurement, contracting, granting, contribution, and other expenditure policies. As a part of this study, we are hearing from a variety of witnesses, including academics, ministers, and others who happen to be experts on this topic. Here with us today, we have Mr. Duff Conacher, who is the co-founder of Democracy Watch. Mr. Conacher, I'm going to give you 10 minutes for an opening statement, and then we're going to take questions from the members of this committee. You can go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to all the members of the committee for this opportunity to present to you on this important topic of government ethics and preventing conflicts of interest in government decisions.
Mr. Conacher, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Do you mind just holding one moment? We seem to be having a problem with regards to translation here. Just one moment.
No problem at all.
I'm just temporarily going to suspend until we can figure out the glitch that's taking place with regard to translation. Just one moment, please. Committee back to order. Mr. Conacher, thank you so much for your patience with us. We sincerely apologize for the glitch. Mr. Conacher, I'm putting you on the spot here. I'm wondering if you would be able to accommodate us by staying with us until 3:15 or 3:30, depending on your schedule.
Yes, that is fine.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Mr. Conacher, I'm going to let you continue. Actually, I'll let you restart your statement. Again, you have 10 minutes to open, and then we'll proceed with asking questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again, Madam Chair, and to all the members of the committee for this opportunity to talk on preventing conflicts of interest in government decisions. And je vais dire beaucoup de mes... je vais parler en anglais.
I'm going to be speaking almost entirely in English during this meeting because I would have to practice my French a lot. I still need to, but there are many technical terms, and so for me, it's easier to speak French. But good morning to everyone, or good day to everyone, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about this important topic, the topic of conflict of interest in government decisions. And I could take your questions in French if you wish, and I will try to respond in French. But again, I will be speaking more in English for my presentation today.
Conacher, please feel free to speak in whatever language. You're welcome to speak in whatever language you're most comfortable. We have translators, so we're good to go.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Democracy Watch is calling on the members of the committee today to not only recommend many changes to prevent conflicts of interest in government decisions with regard to spending, but also to work together and actually draft and propose a bill and introduce it in the House of Commons this fall. And hopefully it will pass by the end of the year in this minority government. You could easily work together to sponsor a bill that would lower the political donation and loan limit to $100 as in Quebec to stop the unethical influence of big money in Canadian federal politics, and to close loopholes that allow for secret unethical lobbying, excessive government secrecy, spending without competitive bidding, and politicians and top government officials to profit from their decisions in secret. The bill must also strengthen enforcement by establishing an independent commission to appoint our democracy and good government watchdogs, and to require the watchdogs to audit everyone regularly and issue public rulings on all questionable situations instead of secret rulings or ignoring complaints, and allow anyone to challenge the rulings of any watchdog in court. And finally, by extending whistleblower protection to everyone in federal politics, including political staff and the staff of political parties, and imposing high fines for ethics violations, including dishonesty. Secret unethical lobbying, excessive government secrecy, unethical big money influence campaigns, and unethical decision-making and spending are all legal in federal politics and generally across the country, just to note. And Canadians are more likely to get caught parking their car illegally than politicians are likely to get caught violating key ethics rules and spending rules. And incredibly, the penalties for illegally parking your car or vehicle across the country are higher than the penalties for serious ethics violations by federal politicians and top government officials. This dangerously undemocratic and corrupt system is the scandal. And it's not surprising that it encourages dishonest, unethical, secretive, unrepresentative, and wasteful decisions by politicians and government officials. It must finally be cleaned up by closing all the loopholes, increasing transparency, and strengthening political ethics rules and spending rules, and the enforcement, and increasing penalties. I have been before this committee about 20 to 25 years, I'm not going to say much different than I have in the other 15 times, but I'm going to go through just a few of the details based on the summary that I just gave of the key areas that need, the key 6 areas that need to be cleaned up in order to actually prevent conflicts of interest. First of all, stop big money in politics. Stopping big money in politics is key because the favors organizations and candidates by funneling and bundling donations unethically influences the decisions of cabinet ministers and other decision makers in the federal government. Clinical testing by psychologists worldwide has shown that even small gifts and favors have influence and are the best way to actually influence someone's decisions. So the only way to stop the unethical influence of big money in politics is to stop big money donations and loans, as Quebec has, to ban gifts, including sponsored travel, which is illegal for MPs to accept even from lobbyists, as the lobbying commissioner ruled last year, and restrict and require disclosure of all favors, including volunteer help on campaigns. There are many other detailed changes that would democratize our political finance system. And Democracy Watch has issued a news release today, which has also been submitted to the committee with all the links, including to the testing done by clinical psychologists showing that giving gifts and doing favors, including donations, is the best way to influence someone's decision because it creates a sense of obligation to return the favor. And that's why it's deeply unethical and has to be stopped by lowering the donation limit and banning gifts, including, again, sponsored travel. Stopping secret unethical lobbying is the second of the 6 key areas. The House Ethics Committee recommended some of the changes, this committee, back in 2012 to close secret lobbying loopholes, but not all of them. And they need to be closed. If even some of the loopholes that allow for secret lobbying had been closed years ago, everyone at We Charity would have been prohibited from lobbying the Prime Minister and Finance Minister's office and department because of their connections to the ministers. But because the loopholes are open, not only did they not have to register the lobbying for this funding that they received, but they're also, it's legal for them to be giving gifts and doing favors and campaigning and helping on political campaigns for any federal politician, because only registered lobbyists have to follow the lobbyist ethics code. So if you don't stop secret lobbying, you will not stop unethical lobbying, because those who can still legally lobby in secret will also be able to lobby unethically. Stopping secret lobbying is only part of excessive federal government secrecy. The Trudeau Liberals promised that government information should be open by default and promised to apply the Access to Information Act to ministers' offices. Neither promise has been kept. Past governments have also not kept their open government promises. The many loopholes in the Access to Information Act, which really should be called the Guide to Keeping Information Secret Act, because that's really what it is. It's so full of loopholes. Those loopholes must be closed to end the culture of excessive secrecy that often hides wrongdoing and wrongdoers in the federal government. The fourth area, stop unethical decision-making. It is legal under the Conflict of Interest Act for ministers and top government officials to profit from their decisions, as long as their decision applies generally, which 99% of their decisions do. They are not required to step aside when they have a conflict of interest. They're actually allowed to have a financial conflict of interest and still participate in making the decision. This was proven most recently by Finance Minister Morneau, who introduced a bill that would have helped his own family's pension management company make more money. And since he was a shareholder at the time, he would have made more money. And the Ethics Commissioner ruled that that was all fine because of this giant loophole in the Conflict of Interest Act. This loophole also exists in the MP's Ethics Code and the Senate Ethics Code. So the Conflict of Interest Act, this key law which protects the public's money and protects our democracy, and which the Supreme Court of Canada ruled in 1996, that if it is not strictly and strongly enforced, along with other laws like the Criminal Code, anti-bribery provisions, that we do not have a democracy. This key law does not apply 99% of the time to decisions made by the most powerful people in the federal government. This loophole must be closed and everyone in federal politics must be prohibited from participating in any decision-making process when they have even the appearance of a conflict of interest. As well, a rule requiring honesty should be added to the federal ethics law and to the codes to ensure politicians and government officials are penalized if they mislead voters about anything, including their own wrongdoing. Unbelievably, the rules and code that cabinet ministers have imposed on the lowest level government employees in the federal government, who have very little decision-making power at all, those rules prohibit them from participating in all decisions if they have even a potential or apparent conflict of interest, even when the decision applies generally. And those lower level employees are also required to be honest, to provide honest advice. And they can be suspended or fined if they break these rules. So this is a truly perverse system where the lowest level, least powerful people in the federal government and in federal politics are the ones who have actually the highest ethics standard and the highest penalties. As well, so-called blind trusts must be banned, as the 1984 Star Sharp report recommended, and also the 1987 Parker Commission. Because the person who sets up a trust knows what they put in it. So it's not a blind trust, it's a complete sham, it's a facade.
Mr. Conacher.
Instead, politicians and government officials should be required to sell their investments while in office, as again the Parker Commission recommended. Conflict of interest screens should also be banned because they are smoke screens that hide whether someone is actually stepping aside from decisions when they have a conflict of interest. And then the last two areas, areas 5 and 6, one, stop questionable sole source spending. There are far too many loopholes that allow for sole source spending, and a way to check them is close some of them, but also require, if it's significant spending, that the institution that's doing the spending check with the Auditor General and do a little compliance check before they actually initiate the spending process. And then the Auditor General could say, no, you can't do that. You have to have a competitive bid, or I'm going to rule when I audit it 5 years from now and find that you broke all the rules. And finally, strengthen enforcement. The watchdogs are handpicked by the cabinet ministers and top government officials they watch over. They don't have the power to impose penalties, usually. They are allowed to do secret rulings. And as a result, it's not surprising that they have acted like lapdogs and let many people off the hook. Everyone needs to be able to challenge their rulings in court. They need to be chosen by an independent commission. And they must be required to conduct audits and issue public rulings on every questionable situation and be empowered to impose high fines for violations of these key good government rules. Finally, whistleblower protection, as I mentioned, must be extended to everyone who works as political staff or for political parties. The House of Commons Committee unanimously recommended in June 2017 several key changes to strengthen their whistleblower protection system. The government ignored them, as they ignored this committee on the access to information recommendations that you have made to strengthen that act, and as the Harper Conservative government ignored this committee back in 2012 with the recommendations made to close many of the secret lobbying loopholes. I welcome your questions about any of these 6 areas. All of these changes are needed to close the loopholes and to stop conflicts of interest in government spending decisions. And I hope the committee members will work together to draft a bill and propose it to the House, and in this minority government, recruit your colleagues and pass it this fall and finally clean up this undemocratic and corrupt
Mr. Conacher, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving into our first round of questions, we have Mr. Barrett for 6 minutes. Mr. Barrett, please go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Conacher, for your comments and insights today. My first question is with respect to adding input to process for government decisions, so that is, say, unsolicited proposals. Should these count as lobbying? And secondly, how has your organization during your tenure looked at or spoken about charities with respect to lobbying?
Well, to answer the second part first, there are these 2 sets of rules, one for hired gun consultant lobbyists and the other for organization lobbyists, anything that is incorporated in any way, including any charity. And the loopholes have to be closed for anyone and every type of organization. If you leave any of them open, they'll be exploited. So they essentially, if you are communicating with regard to decisions, you should have to register, whether you're paid or unpaid, no matter how much time you're spending. The internet is set up for this. The registry is very easy to fill out and track your lobbying. Right now, in terms of monthly communications, only oral, prearranged communications are required to be registered in those monthly records. That's a huge goal. That if you're not paid for your lobbying, or if you're at an organization not spending 20%, then you do not have to register. And it's very easy to arrange a contract or do your lobbying and space it out month to month so that you don't cross those thresholds, or do a contract saying you'll be paid for strategic advice, but not paid for your lobbying. And then it's actually legal to lobby in secret. So close all these loopholes. No, not 1 minute of secret lobbying should be allowed. It's very easy to register, and everyone should be required to register all the time.
Thank you. With respect to the awarding of the CSSG to the We Charity by the Liberal government, you've stated that, quote, key rules protecting democracy are being violated, close quote, when it comes to this contract. Can you expand on that? What key rules specifically are you referring to?
Well, my position is, and this position as co-founder of Democracy Watch, but also I'm doing my PhD in law on this specific topic of preventing conflicts of interest. So with my legal training, my position is that the Prime Minister and Finance Minister have already admitted that they violated the Conflict of Interest Act when they said that they were at the final cabinet meeting approving the contract. But I also believe that they have violated the act in a separate way by participating in the process before that cabinet meeting, or having their staff do so. And that has been confirmed, that both staff of the Prime Minister and staff of the Finance Minister participated in the entire process. We don't know all the details yet. The disclosure of documents that's happened over the weekend will provide some of the clues, but we need to see the entire communication record to really know and try and get close to the truth. We won't see recordings of phone calls likely, but we'll at least should know who called whom when, for everyone involved in the process, all the emails, all the texts. So I believe there are those two violations. And then if any staff or the Prime Minister or Finance Minister themselves, or any minister, tried to influence that process, not just participate in it, but in any way push it in the direction of We Charity receiving the funding, then that would be a third violation, a violation of Section 9, which makes it illegal to try and influence a decision-making process when you're furthering someone's private interest, your own, your family's, your friends, or associates, or improperly furthering a charity's interest in this case because of your connections to it.
Right. So with respect to Section 9, the public service, the staff around the minister and the Prime Minister were clearly aware of Prime Minister Trudeau's relationship with the We Charity. Do you believe that, given this awareness, that both parties should have dropped using the We organization as the administrator of this program?
Well, it would have to be a decision made entirely by the public service without any participation at all by any minister's staff, because first of all, according to Treasury Board's own policy and the federal government's own statement, ministerial staff act on behalf of ministers. So you can't use your staff person as a front and have them do the things you're not allowed to do. Right. And then claim that you didn't know. And Finance Minister Morneau has already admitted that he did direct his staff to participate.
Right.
And when the chief of staff of the PMO is involved, as Katie Telford testified that she was and others were, they're acting on behalf of the ministers. And so the minister is the one that's found guilty because their staff acts on their behalf. Right. Of course, there is this concept of plausible deniability. And often ministers try to create that situation, and the staff person is the one that falls on their sword and resigns and claim they never knew. But in this case, we know that they knew. I
just have a couple seconds left. So it's a quick question. What grade would you give Prime Minister Justin Trudeau for his adherence to ethics laws since being elected in 2015?
Well, in both ethics laws and also in terms of breaking open government promises, the Liberals rate an F in both cases, for sure. It's been a complete failure. He sent a great letter to ministers with great talk in it in terms of saying they have to meet the highest ethical standards that will bear the closest public scrutiny. And that was in November 2015, but Prime Minister Trudeau has not walked his own talk ever since.
Thank you, Mr. Conacher. Madam Shanahan for 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Conacher, for being here. I've had the occasion to hear your testimony at other committees as well, government operations and so on. So I'm well aware of your dedication and your many years of work in this area. I think you're aware of the motion that we have before us today and what we're looking at, and I'll just read out the first paragraph that pursuant to Standing Order 108.3H, the committee review the safeguards which are in place to avoid and prevent conflict of interest in federal government procurement, contracting, granting, contribution, and other expenditure policies. So it's just on that I want to highlight the fact, as you mentioned in your opening remarks, that we're actually due for a statutory review of the Conflict of Interest Act. And I think that, in that regard, since we are here, I think it is very pertinent, the kind of remarks that you're bringing to us today. And just for those of us who are watching and listening to us, just a brief resume of the Conflict of Interest Act is that it's the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner that has this dual mandate, responsible for both public office holders and also for members of the House of Commons. And in that mandate for public office holders, there's 4 points: providing confidential advice to the Prime Minister, providing confidential advice to individual public holders, examining and reporting on possible contraventions of the Act, and administering the disclosure regime. And just to summarize that, any parliamentarian can request an investigation, or the commissioner themselves can conduct such an examination, and that he or she reports such investigations to the Prime Minister, and that the reports are made public, although particular types of information must be kept confidential. And I think that this is coming to my question to you. I do want to ask you what your top 3 recommendations would be to this committee in improving the Conflict of Interest Act. But what elements of the Act are working as far as you're concerned?
Well, I'd say, unfortunately, not very much at all, although there was one improvement made by the new Ethics Commissioner, Mario Dion. The old Ethics Commissioner, whom you will be hearing from later today, Mary Dawson, had ruled that, although it doesn't say this in the Conflict of Interest Act, that private interests are only financial interests, do not include political interests or social interests, and there's nothing in the Act to suggest that at all. In fact, the MP's code says that private interests are only financial interests, which points to the fact that if it wasn't included in the Conflict of Interest Act, then Parliament didn't intend to limit it. Thankfully, Mario Dion, with his ruling on the SNC-Lavalin scandal last summer, reversed that and said, no, interests include political, social, and financial interests, and it's a very broad definition. So that's a step forward, but it's kind of an arbitrary step forward that could be reversed by the next commissioner. It should be put in the Act what the definition is of private interests specifically. Other than that, I don't think much is working. You're going to hear from Mary Dawson. She let 85% of people off the hook that she reviewed with secret rulings most of the time. So actually the rulings do not have to be made public. If she decides to drop the investigation, as she decided, for example, to drop the investigation into Nigel Wright and his conflicts of interest, financial conflicts of interest, and And we only learned about that because a reporter chased after her for a year until she finally admitted that she had just dropped that investigation. There's 0 penalties for violating the key rules. Even the penalties for violating the administrative rules of disclosing your assets and liabilities accurately and on time, the maximum penalty is $500, which is not much incentive to a cabinet minister who's making more than $200,000 and a prime minister making more than $300,000. So I don't see much working at all. And there isn't a statutory 5-year review required of the Act, but it should happen. The Lobbying Act is overdue now by 3 years, being reviewed by this committee. And both need to be reviewed together, and both need to be strengthened in the ways that I've outlined. And you can see all the details.
Thank you, Mr. Conacher. I just want to check my time. Chair, how much time do I have?
You have 1 minute left.
1 minute, yeah. So I just want to get to my last question then, which is, the Act does outline the duties of the commissioner, the ethics commissioner. Do you or do you not agree that it is the job of the ethics commissioner to do investigations of any violations that members of parliament or public holders are engaged in? In other words, is it appropriate for this committee to be doing an investigation that the ethics commissioner is doing?
Parliament is sovereign, and this is the ethics committee. I think that a partisan committee made up of MPs who are partisan is not the best forum because the questions tend to be driven by partisan motives as opposed to the rules and the evidence. But Parliament has a right to all the information from the government that it's requested, and that is getting the information out there in the public. And personally, given Mario Dion was handpicked by the Trudeau cabinet through a secretive, dishonest process, I don't fully trust him to be examining everything. We're challenging a ruling of his in court right now.
Do you say that you don't have confidence in Mario Dion?
Madam Shanahan, that's your time.
Okay.
Thank you. Moving on to the next individual here then is Mr. Forte for 6 minutes.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Chair, can you hear me clearly? So, good morning, Mr. Conacher, or good afternoon. I wanted to ask you, in relation to all this, I heard what you said about political party funding and the need to be cautious and maybe tighten applicable rules. I wanted to know, and related to the decision-making, in the decision-making process, there were conflicts of interest. We saw that Mr. Trudeau and Mr. Morneau came to the committee and acknowledged that they should not done this. But in this situation of awarding a contract as important, as large as this one, in your opinion, was it not essential to go through a bidding process? And given that that wasn't done, what measures could have been taken to compensate for that absence of having no bidding process? Thank you for your question.
I mentioned in my testimony, there are loopholes in the Financial Administration Act and the related regulations that allow for sole source contracting. And I think this process was a failure also of the public service. As many experts have pointed out, there are several other organizations that, if they had been given a full chance, could have put forward a proposal that would have certainly matched We Charity's proposal to administer this program, because there are several organizations that have greater reach than We Charity. As we've learned most recently, they can't operate in Quebec, have no real presence there at all. So how would they ever be chosen to run a national program? But in other ways, other groups had just as much reach as they did. And frankly, as I've pointed out, and no one should forget, the Canada Summer Jobs Program and the Youth Service Corps program should have just been expanded to incorporate this program. That was the best way to do it. There was no reason to contract out and waste tens of millions of dollars of the public's money.
Monsieur Conacher.
Mr. Conacher, we have limited time. I am sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. So I understand what you're telling me in terms of the need to go into a bidding process that other organizations might have bid for. But my question is, what are mechanisms could have been put in place to compensate for not having a bidding process? So I'll be direct. There was no diligent checking. We entrusted this money to a new entity associated to the We Charity that had no assets. But should there have been better safeguards, diligent auditing or verification? And we're talking about controls. Given that there was a contribution agreement, what mechanisms could have been put into place, according to Democracy Watch, to compensate for the fact that there was no bidding process?
Yes, thank you. I mentioned in my testimony, I think the key thing to do is to require everyone to check with the Auditor General in advance when starting any significant spending process. And the Auditor General could then do a quick check and say, oh, wait a second, you've decided to do this sole source. Can you really prove that one of these huge loopholes, which should be closed, apply? Because, for example, there's one that sole source contracting is allowed if it's in the public interest. Well, who decides that? I mean, that is just such, open to such abuse in terms of exercising discretion of defining what is in the public interest. Or in this case of We Charity, what is, if there's only one organization that is deemed by the public service with possible political influence to be the only organization that could actually administer whatever is to be done or provide whatever product or service. So those loopholes need to be constrained, and everyone should have to, every government institution should have to check with the Auditor General and just do a compliance check before you start the whole process. Then the Auditor General will be able to stop it instead of reporting 5 years later that all the rules were broken. That's the way, I think, the best way to go. We have the watchdog in place. Give that watchdog the power to stop the spending and correct it before it happens.
À votre avis, Monsieur Conacher,
in your opinion, Mr. Conacher, when I talk about diligent verification, so that due diligence that's taken in situations of awarding contracts such as this one, what would that have needed to include? So verification of the accounting, legal verification. To what degree was it necessary to do this verification, this checking of the We Charity before awarding the contract?
Well, given the amount of money, I mean, one of the sole source loopholes is if a contract is less than $25,000. And, that you can see why it's a small amount of money and some of the safeguards may not need to be in place. Although, again, I think that you should just essentially ban and put in place high penalties if contracts are split to try and fit under that $25,000. But otherwise, yes, due diligence means looking at whether the organization has a good business record. For example, as you have to have if you want to start a bank in Canada. And that means looking through their annual reports and verifying things and ensuring that it's flowing to an organization that actually has the track record as opposed to a shell organization that is fronting for that other organization. I mean, these are simple, basic steps, and I think it was a failing of the public service as well to not do the due diligence in this case, perhaps because of the ties of the key person, Ms. Wernick, with We Charity, given that she had worked with them and approved
Mr.
grants
Conacher,
to them
that's your
before.
time. Thank you.
Madame la Présidente, au Comité Finance,
Madam Chair, at the Finance Committee, we're given a bit more time when we're asking questions in French, not because the interpreters are not doing a good job, because there are always additional delays, and I don't know whether you have the intention of doing this at the Ethics Committee, but I would suggest that you give us 30 seconds more because often there are a lot of loss in time because of translation. And if you give me that opportunity, I would have a last question for the witness.
I will give you the opportunity to ask one last question. Please be brief.
oui. Alors, quelle est la...
So what is the consequence, in your opinion, for the government of not having... No, sorry. Have you already seen in your own practice as a lawyer working on government responsibility or accountability, have you seen situations where a government awards a $43 million contract to manage $900 million without due diligence being taken beforehand? Have you ever seen that?
No, I have not seen that since 1993 when Democracy Watch started up.
Merci.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on then to Mr. Green for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate having the witness here. As a newer member of Parliament, I'm certainly fascinated by the historical context of the Conflict of Interest Act, as well as the many well-documented violations of that. We have the Trudeau report. The witness has provided some examples. I would wonder if you would like to comment on the recommendations that came out of the Trudeau report, which outlined, a whole list, a laundry list of violations in the past in terms of the recommendations that came out versus what we failed to act on in that time being.
And you're talking about the Trudeau 2 report with regard to the SNC Lavalin scandal, or the Trudeau 1 report?
You could speak to either of them. I was speaking to the Trudeau 1 report, particularly as it related with Aga Khan and the vacations and the travel and any of that sort of thing. Just wondered if you can comment on the lessons that would have been learned from that.
Well, the main one is there's a loophole in the gifts rule for cabinet ministers that if it's a gift from a friend or family member, that the gift is legal. And the former Ethics Commissioner, Mary Dawson, interpreted that rule in a way you could say, taking into account the purpose of the act, which unfortunately she didn't do in a lot of other cases of preventing conflicts of interest. But in that case, interpreted to say, even though it says that a friend can give you a gift, if the friend is a lobbyist or involved in dealings with the government, I'm going to disallow the gift and say that it's prohibited. But technically, the law still says if it's a friend, the gift is legal. And so if Prime Minister Trudeau had been able to overcome that hurdle of proving that the Aga Khan was actually his personal friend as opposed to an old family friend, then he would have been let off, possibly by a commissioner, other than Mary Dawson at the time was saying, no, sorry, even if it is a friend, I'm going to ignore the rule and apply it as taking into account the purpose of the act. So as she recommended, out of that, gifts should simply be banned. I mean, yes, your family members can give you birthday gifts and holiday gifts.
Sure.
But other than that, gifts should just be banned. And
I would also like to publicly state that I think there is some confusion around the relationship between the Trudeau family and the Kielburgers. One said they were friends, one said they weren't friends. It was kind of awkward, quite frankly. But this idea of plausible deniability seems to underscore the circumvention of the act as it's applied. And so we have here under Section 6 that no public office holder shall make a decision or participate in making a decision related to the exercise of an official power, duty, or function if the public officer holder knows or reasonably should know that in making the decision he or she would be in conflict of interest. So plausible deniability says, I didn't know. What do you consider to be reasonable? If you could be brief too, I only have another 3 minutes.
Well, again, I think if your staff are acting on your behalf of the top government officials, which cabinet appoints, and which kind of unfortunately makes the top level of the public service partisan because they're all serving at the pleasure of the cabinet. If those people are acting on your behalf, then I don't think that the plausible deniability defense should be allowed unless you can truly prove that they went rogue. So that's the key, and it's part of our whole notion of ministerial responsibility and accountability, and it's stated in the Prime Minister's Code and the Treasury Board Code that staff are acting on behalf of ministers and have no authority to act otherwise.
Thank you. And that leads me to my next question as it relates to disclosure of gifts. You have, I think, quite rightly identified that the penalties for these violations are so immaterial in relation to people's ability to pay. And in fact, some have even suggested that the more wealthy you are, the less susceptible you are to influence or corruption, that somehow $40,000 is not material if you could write a check and make it go away. So how would you care to comment on Section 23's disclosure of gifts at a $200 threshold versus the anti-avoidance section 18, which clearly states that people should not be engaged in activities that would circumvent the spirit of the Act, essentially, the obligations of the Act?
Well, I would point, first of all, to, again, as I mentioned, that the lowest level federal government employee can be fired from their job if they're involved in a decision where they have even the appearance of a conflict of interest, even if the decision applies generally, which again, 99% of cabinet ministers' decisions apply generally because you're usually decisions to change laws. It's really only hiring their staff or contracting out that it's a specific decision where the Act even applies. I think that a sliding scale of penalties is something that could and should be considered. That if you are paid more, that the penalty should be higher.
Or not even paid more. If I could for a second, like, it's clear in your submissions that people who are coming in with blind trusts, are essentially asking the public to blindly trust them that the decisions they make regarding their own personal wealth are somehow going to be managed in another way. So do you believe, in your opinion, that the writing of a $40,000 check, that actual action is in contravention to the anti-avoidance section 18 of the Conflict of Interest Act?
On that particular situation, it's possible that Minister Morneau thought he paid for that entire trip, for those 2 trips by his family, and that his family paid the entire amount because they did pay $52,000. But I will not believe that claim until I see the entire communication record between We Charity and every member of the family. Because if We Charity said at any time that part of this is complimentary, then Minister Morneau knew. And it raises questions not only of ethics violations because of accepting that gift, but as you say, trying to pay it off just before testifying would, I think, violate that anti-avoidance clause. And it raises questions, as Democracy Watch has filed complaints with the RCMP, of breach of trust. Being in that kind of relationship, knowing what the ethics rules are, which Minister Morneau does, because he has been found guilty of violating them and been investigated for violating them, but still continuing to participate and directing his staff to participate in the process raises those questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to our 5-minute round, we have Mr. Gord first up.
Merci. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Conacher, for being here today. Currently in Canada, ethics and the appearance of conflict of interest and conflicts of interest for MPs, ministers, Prime Minister is really badly taken care of in Canada. So in Canada, we're looking for safeguards. They're very minimal or inexistent. So I've been working 50 years in my municipality. The general store owner became mayor, and then he sold something and he lost his position as mayor for $3.25. That's ethics, but now we're awarding contracts of $40 million. Appearance of conflict of interest is important. So the word appearance here is very important because we have a version of the scandal of sponsorship version 2.0. If our government can get returns directly or indirectly through members of family, what does that mean for you who've been observing ethics for so long? Where is Canada going with this kind of situation?
They're unfortunately not getting better. As I mentioned, I've been before this committee 15 times. And other committees as well on related issues like whistleblower protection. And the Harper Conservatives made some changes, but specifically the Conflict of Interest Act eliminated the rule that required honesty and continued to allow this sham of so-called blind trusts, which are not blind at all because the person knows what they put in the trust and chooses the trustee and can even give them instructions. Disclosure hasn't really increased that much. So in every way, dishonest, unethical, secretive, unrepresentative, and wasteful decisions and actions are still legal and therefore encouraged, especially because of the weak penalties. To put it another way, everything that Karl-Heinz Schreiber did in relation with Brian Mulroney is still legal at the federal level in Canada. So that's how bad it is. I'm hoping for change soon. That's why I'm encouraging the committee to realize the system is the scandal and draft a bill together and introduce it in the House. Private members' bills have a much better chance of passing in a minority government. Recruit your colleagues, and even if the party leaders resist, and tried to maintain this currently undemocratic, unethical, and corrupt system, hopefully a critical mass of MPs will say, no, we're going to finally clean things up. So we're not found guilty by association to the people who are there serving their own interests and the interests of those who have done favors for them, as opposed to they're dedicated to serving the public interest.
You really expressed the perception that I think Canadians have of their government and of the system. You've talked about a unethical, corrupt system in Canada, and I'm afraid to see what that will lead to now. And when an example is given at high levels, Canadians will maybe kind of start ignoring ethics. Ethics is a moral value in a country, especially in our democracy. It's very important, regardless of the programs that we put in place or what the help is we want to give Canadians. If everyone can apply when they don't need it, or if everyone can cheat a little bit to get more, somebody's going to be paying for that somewhere. And that load will be very difficult and heavy for Canadians. Do you think we can get out of this kind of situation?
Well, we can. We can certainly change the rules first and increase the penalties and enforcement. And together, those three things will hopefully change the culture and drum out those people who are there in federal politics for the wrong reasons, whether they be a politician or a government official, appointee, a lobbyist, a staffer, and drum them out through transparency. As Prime Minister Trudeau mentioned in 2015 election platform, sunshine is the world's best disinfectant. So we need the transparency the Liberals promised. We need to close all the loopholes. And as Jean Chrétien said back in '93 in the Liberals' Red Book platform chapter on governing with integrity, if government is to be a force for good in society, it must act with integrity. He was right. And the trust levels right now, over the past 5 years, are generally at about 10%, that voters, only 10% of voters trust politicians. Thankfully, swing voters care about these issues, and swing voters decide elections. And every party that has put forward a strong platform and put it as a highlight of their platform in the last 25 years, in every election across Canada, federal and provincial, a platform to clean up politics in multiple
Mr.
ways,
Conacher, thank you.
has won more seats or won the election. So swing voters care, and that's a good thing that they continue
Thank you,
caring.
Mr. Conacher. Moving on to Madame Briere and Ms. Zahid, you have 5 minutes.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Mr. Conacher. Thank you for being here to answer our questions. Thank you for all your thoughts and comments. We heard top officials say that our public service, that I thank and acknowledge for everything they're doing in this current crisis, believed that they weren't able to administer the program of grants for student volunteers. So let's, putting aside the decision to recommend we do not have confidence in our public service, the confidence of being able to determine what they are able to do or should be doing, especially in a crisis such as the one we're living through, given that our public service has already gone way beyond the limits and is already quite exhausted, especially putting in place these programs that were created during the crisis.
First of all, the head of the largest public sector union testified that no, the public service could have done it, and I would presume he would have connections and contacts with top-level people and be able to check on something like that before saying it. Secondly, though, I mean, thousands of applications were already being processed by the Canada Service Corps and Canada Summer Jobs. Far easier to just expand that and continue processing those applications. Then, as we know now, with some of the details of what We Charity was going through to try and start up and implement this program. But even if you are going to contract it out, I know there was a rush, but there's rules in the Financial Administration Act where you can put out a contract for bidding for 10 days. And if you're in a rush, then, and there is something that needs to get done really quickly, although I don't really think it had to be done as quickly as everyone is proposing, then that 10-day rule could have been used, and those groups, the 20 groups that were supposedly reviewed but were never, most of them not even contacted, would have, I'm sure some of them, put in a proposal if they would know and that they would be getting $33 million to administer. They may not have the internal capacity without the $33 million, just like We Charity didn't. But if they knew $33 million was on the table, then I would bet you would have seen a half a dozen applications at least from things like Boys and Girls Club and United Way, and you would have had a competitive bidding process. So there was no reason to break the rules. There's no reason to break the rules in this crisis in any way, including in terms of not having Parliament fully open, to be reviewing government and holding government accountable. All the rules, you just do things faster, but you don't have to throw out the rules and compliance with the rules completely in this situation at all.
Mais est-ce que vous avez confiance en notre...
But do you have confidence in our public service?
Can't answer such a general question. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of people. I've seen lots of scandals. We don't have a whistleblower protection system that would protect others, many people who want to report much other wrongdoing. So it's an assessment that I can't do. In this case, though, we know that Ms. Wernick had a relationship with We Charity going back a few years. And I think that relationship, as I mentioned, even small gifts, all that building of a relationship, that's what lobbyists do. And they do it for a reason, because clinical psychologists have proven that then influences people's relationships and decisions. And I think that's part of what happened here, is that there was an easy alternative, which Ms. Wernick knew and which Cabinet knew very well. And they just got tunnel vision instead of following the rules. The rules are there to protect people from having tunnel vision and advancing their own private interests or the private interests of their family's favorite charities or one of their favorite organizations that they've worked with. That's why the rules are there, to protect the public's money. And that's why the rules need to be strengthened, loopholes closed, enforcement and penalties put in place. Because there are no penalties right now for violating those spending rules, other than maybe seeing an Auditor General report 5 years from now saying that you violated the rules. Why would you follow a rule when there's no penalty?
Yeah, thank you. I share my time with my colleague.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing before the committee, Mr. Conker. My question is that where would you draw the line on the involvement of a family member in charitable or the professional work, because that could overlap with the decision-making of the MPs and cabinet. So do you have an opinion on where a line should be drawn for determining who is the family member? How far does the family go?
30 seconds.
Well, it should go where the Conflict of Interest Act goes now, which is not just immediate family members, but also relatives. It was entirely appropriate for the Ethics Commissioner to find, for example, Minister LeBlanc guilty when one of the bids for a contract that he approved came from a cousin. You just have to be aware of these things, and every minister should have a list, and all their staff should have it too, of what their interests are and who their families members are and what businesses and others organizations are involved in. And they should be checking that list and checking it twice to find out and make sure that they're not involved when they're not allowed to be.
Thank you, Mr. Conacher. Moving on then to Mr. Keurig for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Conacher. I appreciate you coming to join us, and certainly followed much of your work through my interest in politics over the last number of years, and continue to now having the honor to serve in Parliament. I'm troubled by the decision-making process that led to this whole series of events. The conflict, perceived or real, the throwing the public service under the bus, the misrepresentations at best, and certainly there's other words that could be used to describe the actions of the Prime Minister and others in how they've answered questions related to this. So I'm just curious as to your thoughts on the decision-making process that led to this and suggested changes that could be implemented to ensure that this sort of thing first gets exposed so that we get all the facts, and second, so that it doesn't have to happen again and abuse taxpayers, abuse trust, and truly damage the trust that Canadians need to have in their public institutions.
Well, one thing that I didn't mention is this notion of conflict of interest screens, which has been in the news with regard to the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, again, over the weekend. These conflict of interest screens were created by the Ethics Commissioner, Mary Dawson. They're not authorized by the Act, and Democracy Watch challenged them in court, and unfortunately the Federal Court of Appeal said they were a reasonable enforcement tool. But they really aren't. Anyone who has a screen who's a minister, then their staff who serve at their pleasure is supposed to enforce the screen and tell them what to do, and tell them not to go to meetings or just take part in phone calls or whatever when they have a conflict. And then they learn what decision or meeting is going on because they're told they can't go and why. And then who's to stop them from intervening or telling their staff, thanks very much for your input, but you serve at my pleasure. You want to keep your job, you'll keep your mouth shut. So what's required in the Act is recusal, and the recusal has to be declared publicly with the reasons for the recusal within 60 days. And the screens should be banned, and that would be a step forward, and the recusal system to go forward, as the former Ethics Commissioner Bernard Shapiro recommended back in 2006, because he saw so many problems with using screens. And that's one key thing, but I think another one is when you initiate as I mentioned, a spending process, then there should be a compliance check with the Auditor General right up front. And the Auditor General will be able to flag a lot of things very early on. That wouldn't work for all decision-making processes, but strengthen the rules, close the loopholes, strengthen enforcement and penalties, and everyone would have much more incentive to follow the rules and a higher chance of getting caught and penalized than currently they have now. Which this current system is a scandal. It's really a sad joke. It's no surprise at all that there's scandalous behavior as a result.
Hey, thanks very much. And I hope to get a couple more questions in here in my time. Just wondering if you could outline just a few examples of what you feel appropriate penalties would be for violation of the Conflict of Interest Act once, twice. You know, we're looking down the barrel of what could be a third time. Just wondering if you have any comments on what those appropriate penalties could be.
Well, a lot of people misunderstand the Act. They say, wait a second, they didn't do anything to help anybody. No, the Act is there to prevent you from doing that. If you do something to help someone, then you're into breach of trust. And if they gave you any favor or benefit in order for you to do something, then that's the anti-bribery provision in the criminal code. So the Act is there as a civil, non-criminal means to prevent these things from happening. The Supreme Court of Canada has ruled that it's essential. If it's not strictly and strongly enforced, then we don't have a democracy. So it ranks just below the criminal code in terms of importance of maintaining government integrity. And I think the penalty should be, as a result, very high. It should be, I believe, 1 year's salary for a violation of these key rules that are there in the Act. And that should be the minimum penalty that the commissioner is required to impose, because you are all supposed to be upholding the public trust. And when you violate this Act, you violate the public trust. The penalty should be very severe.
So how much time do I have left? One question, okay. So the Prime Minister in the 2015 campaign talked a lot about sunny ways, transparency, all of these things. And we saw a few virtue signaling measures like public mandate letters and that sort of thing. But can you comment on any substantive changes that have taken place over the last number of years since the current government formed office in 2015, other than those very public attempts to make things look transparent?
20 seconds.
Yes, well, the Access to Information Act enforcement has been strengthened by making the Information Commissioner able to order the release of documents. But the Liberals in 2015 did not promise any changes to strengthen ethics rules, lobbying rules, whistleblower protection, and has ignored recommendations from committees since then on this. So that's about it. That's why I say there's a failing grade on both the ethics file and the open government file for this government. Clearly,
thank you, Mr. Conacher. Moving on to Mr. Dong for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chair, and I want to thank Mr. Conacher for coming here and your presentation. I listened quite carefully. Just a couple of things. One is, what's your opinion on the current Commissioner de Jong? Do you think that he's doing a good job right now?
Commissioner Dion has been hit and miss. His ruling on SNC-Lavalin, as I mentioned, was good in that he reversed a very bad decision made very early on in her mandate by Ethics Commissioner Mary Dawson, that private interests in the Conflict of Interest Act did not include political or social or any other than financial interests. And that was it. She just created a huge loophole that essentially gutted the law even more than it was gutted before. It already didn't apply to 99% of decisions, and now it didn't apply to 99% of interest. So it really should be called the almost impossible to be in a Conflict of Interest Act. And he closed one of those loopholes with his reinterpretation. Okay. But in that ruling, he let 8 other people off the hook who did exactly the same thing that the Prime Minister did, which was pressure the Attorney General to stop the prosecution of SNC-Lavalin, and said they can't be found guilty because they're not the Prime Minister and they can't influence the Attorney General. And that was a very bad ruling that Democracy Watch is currently challenging in federal court.
Thank you.
Federal Court of Appeal.
And sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I like that substance because you also made a comment that he was appointed by the current administration, therefore that may be perceived, or that process is biased. So I just want to make sure that I understand where you're coming from. The other thing you mentioned in your presentation is that you suggested that all members should be under the review or perhaps audit by the commissioner to take a look, where they're getting their donations or people are helping out on their campaigns and stuff. I just want to understand a bit more because, right now there is no corporate donation allowed. It's all coming from individuals. And I'm just thinking that in my case, in my writing, if there is a community group that likes my policy, likes what I've done or focus locally, and they decided to support me when it comes to campaign, when it comes to election. In your view, would that be seen as a sort of a conflict of interest, or perhaps they help me, they're influencing my policy, or vice versa? What do you think about that?
Sure. Just briefly on the ethics commissioner selection process and lobbying commissioner as well. The Federal Court of Appeal ruled that the Trudeau cabinet was biased when they chose those 2 commissioners. But the bias is allowed under this Supreme Court of Canada ruling, unfortunately. But 5 provinces use an independent, more independent system for choosing their watchdogs. And the federal level should do it as well, whether it's an all-party committee or an independent commission that comes
I just want to bring back, and the reason why I asked last question is because if we implement everything that you suggested today, I wonder how practical it is for individuals or community activists to step up or step forward to join the election and hopefully be elected.
It's entirely practical, but if they were then lobbying you for something, if they had helped you in a significant way, they would not be allowed to lobby you. Or if they had those ties, the other way to go is if they are lobbying you, you have to recuse yourself because of the favors they did before.
Okay. Thank you very much.
That's the threshold that's there already in the Lobbying Act and the Lobbyist Code. If you've helped someone significantly, you cannot lobby them for 4 years.
I got limited time, but thank you for clarifying that. And in your view, what's your opinion on a parliamentary committee of partisan MPs effectively summoning the financial records of private citizens, and in this matter, private entity? Do you think that the purpose will be, or a purpose will be better served by the commissioner who's doing the investigation?
30 seconds.
Well, again, Parliament has the right to ask for information from government and from private citizens. There's an old saying, follow the money. So there is a money trail in this situation, and it has to be followed because it tells part of the tale. The whole communication record has to be out there, and the whole money record has to be out there before we can really get close to what the truth of what happened in this situation.
Thank you. Last question. Just
Dong.
want to return the favor. What's your rating on the Prime Minister Harper's government?
Mr. Dong.
Give us the rating.
Mr. Dong, that is your time. Thank you.
Well, would you allow an answer, Chair?
I'm happy to allow an answer.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
5 seconds.
Democracy Watch's final report card on the Conservatives issued in 2014 rated them an F for their government accountability and democratization record, essentially failing to keep more than half of the promises made in 2006 in the Federal Accountability Act, and also taking some huge steps backwards by gutting the ethics rules in a few key ways.
Thank you, Mr. Conacher. Thank you.
Turns out better isn't possible.
Moving on then to our final round, we have both the Bloc and the NDP will each get a 2.5-minute question, starting off with Mr. Fortin.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Conacher. The processes of good governments were obviously not respected strictly in this affair. The consequences are major. Up till now, what we've had in terms of correction, if I can call it that, is that Mr. Morneau and Mr. Trudeau apologized for having taken part in the decision-making. So do you estimate that these apologies are sufficient so that we just forget the awarding this contract without any bidding process and with the decision made by Mr. Morneau and Mr. Trudeau while their family was closely connected to the We Charity? Do these apologies suffice?
Well, no, first of all, because they've only apologized for not recusing themselves at the final cabinet meeting. Neither of them have apologized for having their staff be involved in the process right through the entire process, participating in it, and that once we see the full communication record, maybe trying to influence it and rig it in favor of We Charity. But secondly, apologies, like in other areas of enforcement of law, apologies go to what kind of sentence or penalty you pay. So they don't excuse your behavior, they just possibly mitigate what kind of penalty you might pay, how quickly you apologize, whether you show remorse. So no, they're not adequate at all. That's why we need very high penalties put into the law, so they'll have to pay a penalty no matter what.
OK, mais j'aurais peut-être à ce moment-là...
But I understand that we could increase the penalties on a monetary level as a dissuasion. But when my Conservative colleague asked about the question of the effect of this violation of ethics rules by the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, he was saying that the example is given at high places. Several of us MPs are asking that Mr. Morneau and Mr. Trudeau leave their positions as Prime Minister and Minister of Finance without necessarily quitting as MPs, that somebody else assume their position until we have dealt with this. We have the Commissioner of Ethics decision. Is this relevant for you, or in your opinion, does this go too far?
I think it is relevant, but I prefer to wait until the investigation is over. The failure to recuse at the final cabinet meeting is not as serious a violation if it is true that the public service actually recommended on its own that We Charity be given the funding. But participating in it and possibly influencing it, those are much more serious, possibly raising questions of breach of trust, which is why Democracy Watch has complained to the RCMP. And I think those type of offenses are the type of offenses where resignation is due.
Thank you, Mr. Conacher. Moving on to Mr. Green for the final question.
Thank you. And it was alluded to earlier that perhaps the minister forgot that he had paid or hadn't paid $40,000, which I think raises the question of competence, particularly from a finance minister. It's a pretty material oversight. But we have so far admitted to the travel, which is Section 12, the duty to disclose, which is Section 31, Section 23, which is gifts, but particularly, to the travel with the private trip. Essentially, we don't know whether it was chartered or whether it was on a chartered or a public flight. We don't have those details yet. But if that was the case, would that then cross the threshold into bribery? Would that then become material enough where we have, the breach of trust in a way which, and I should be reminded because you brought this up earlier, this is for the public service. A public servant who does not comply with the requirements of this code is subject to the appropriate disciplinary action up to and including the termination of employment. This is what we set for the public sector, and yet right from the top, we have a slippery slope that could go from potential conflict of interest, which, you know, I think some of the admissions that have already been made publicly, there's no real need for an investigation at this point. They've already admitted to this. So if you care to comment that if it comes back that this was on, you know, private chartered flights, that if regardless of the disclosure or regardless of the failure to recuse, that it comes back that all these other subsections have been violated, then, you know, do you think that this would then be the prime opportunity to talk about them having lost the public trust and then therefore be required to step down? Or I'll go further, Madam Chair. Do you think that part of the reforms should include within the Act, because you'll note the Act is very weak on enforcement, that this is actually, you know, forget about the $500, that this is actually an outcome of the enforcement on this criteria?
30 seconds.
Sure. Well, first of all, it does have to be shown whether Minister Morneau knew or thought for sure that he had paid for all of the costs. So that investigation needs to be done. To prove breach of trust, 4 of the 5 elements are already proven. He's an official, so is the Prime Minister taking part in a decision, the official decision-making process, and breaching the standards of office in a serious way. The 5th one is, was it done intentionally? And that's where the investigation needs to look at the whole communication record. But when you have that relationship with the charity, you've been found guilty of violating the Act before, as the Prime Minister and Finance Minister both have, and you're there still taking part and directing your staff to take part in the decision-making, knowing that it's wrong, then I think that is evidence of wrongful and dishonest intent.
Mr.
So that's where the investigation has to go.
Thank you. That concludes our committee meeting for this round, or with this witness, I should say, with Mr. Conacher. Mr. Conacher, thank you so much for giving your time today, and thank you for your patience at the beginning. Again, we sincerely apologize for the glitch, but very much appreciate you taking this opportunity to share your thoughts with us. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And you can see, of course, as I mentioned, much more detail in the backgrounder that I've prepared and submitted to the committee, along with the news release summarizing the key changes to end this system that really is a scandal. And I hope the committee will work together to take a step by introducing a bill in the fall.
Thank you, Mr. Conacher.
And close these loopholes.
Thank you. With that, we will suspend, and the committee will be called back for 4 o'clock with our next witness. Thank you. Mr. Cherney and Mr. McDonald, just one moment. Yes, Madam Shanahan.
In fact, it's just a request to the clerk. The previous witness made a statement saying that Rachel Warnick had many connections to WE, and I would just like to ask the clerk if we can follow up with him to get evidence of what he is alluding to. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. McDonald and Mr. Cherney, again, thank you so much for your patience. We appreciate you bearing with us. We will do our best to make good use of your time here today. As you know, this committee has undertaken a study that, pursuant to Standing Order 1083H, the committee reviewed the safeguards which are in place to avoid and prevent conflicts of interest in federal government procurement, contracting, granting, contribution, and other expenditure policies. You have been asked to come today and comment on this motion and answer any questions that those around this committee table would have for you. In just a moment here, I will give you each 10 minutes for your opening remarks, and then we will proceed to questions from the members. Of course, all parties around the table will have an opportunity to engage with you. As you answer questions, I would just ask that you be mindful of time. The members are often trying to make it through as many questions as they possibly can. And so efficiency is certainly of the essence. With that said, I will have to interrupt you once the maximum time limit has been reached. I don't do so to be rude, but just to keep us on track. So please bear with me. With that, Mr. McDonald, I would invite you to take the floor with your opening remarks. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank the members of the committee for this chance to speak to you today. My goal today is to provide a scholarly point of view. In what follows, I'll lay out the key elements of conflict of interest and why conflict of interest is important. First, let's look at how it is defined in Canada's Conflict of Interest Act. Section 4 of the Act says the following: for the purposes of this Act, a public office holder is in a conflict of interest when he or she exercises an official power, duty, or function that provides an opportunity to further his or her private interests or those of his or her relatives or friends, or to improperly further another person's private interests. This definition from the Act is flawed in one key way, namely in its reference to exercising official power. Under this definition, the conflict of interest doesn't exist unless the official actually takes action in an improper way. This fails to correspond to the view of leading scholars in this area, according to whom conflict of interest is a kind of situation, not a kind of action. According to this expert consensus, a conflict of interest exists as soon as the official finds herself in a certain kind of situation, namely one in which she has the opportunity to act in a way that puts biases into action. Such an official is already blamelessly in a conflict of interest. So a more suitable definition would be this: a conflict of interest is a situation in which a person has a private or personal interest sufficient to appear to influence the objective exercise of his or her official duties as, say, a public official, an employee, or a professional. According to this definition, all that's required for a conflict of interest is the existence of a certain kind of professional duty, one that is in tension with some personal interest that stands to affect judgment. Next, why is conflict of interest considered a problem? Two reasons are generally recognized. First, conflict of interest is considered a problem because we worry that if the professional or official goes ahead and renders judgment or offers advice in spite of an unremediated conflict, her decision may fail to serve those she is sworn to serve. A judge, for instance, adjudicating a case involving a family member might impose a sentence that isn't a just one, or a manager might end up making a hiring decision that fails to serve the interests of the organization. Perhaps more important is that where conflict of interest is not dealt with properly, there is the possibility that confidence in the decision maker, and indeed in the institution in which decision making occurs, will be shaken. Seen from this perspective, the problem with the conflicted judge is not just that she may make a bad decision, but that citizens will lose faith in the judiciary. The problem with the conflicted manager is not merely that a bad hire may result, but that stakeholders will lose faith in the company's hiring process. This is in fact the moral crux of conflict of interest. Trust is imperiled if people even suspect that experts or office holders who are inherently difficult to monitor might be in a position to improperly profit from their privileged status. But it's crucial to point out that, properly understood, conflict of interest itself is not and cannot be an accusation. Conflict of interest can arise entirely innocently, as when the judge finds that a close relative has been charged with a crime and brought into her court. The judge here has done nothing wrong, but she is clearly in a conflict of interest. She has a personal interest, namely an interest in not seeing her relative go to jail, and that interest could be expected to interfere with her judgment. In this situation, the judge is not to be accused of conflict, but simply needs it pointed out if she hasn't noticed it already. If she handles the situation badly, for instance, if she goes ahead and presides over the case, then she is rightly to be criticized for that. So, what should the individual do when she finds herself in a conflict of interest? First, note that the fact that conflict of interest is not an accusation implies that the integrity of the individual is not a solution. When a true conflict of interest exists, it is insufficient for us to encourage the individual to take care, and it's insufficient for her to insist on her own integrity. It's beside the point. Most experts recommend 3 key steps in dealing appropriately with conflict of interest. 1, avoid them when you can. 2, disclose conflicts to relevant individuals. And 3, remove yourself from decision-making. Each of these steps, however, poses difficulties. Avoidance, for example, is sometimes impossible because sometimes professionals find themselves thrust into conflict of interest through no doing of their own. Disclosure, too, poses difficulties. Disclosure sometimes allows professionals to feel like that's all they needed to do when additional steps are in fact needed. Further, disclosure may leave stakeholders wondering just what to do with the information that has been disclosed. Finally, removing oneself from decision-making is sometimes impossible due to relevant roles and responsibilities. And in some cases, recusal may not even be effective. Imagine, for instance, the situation of a corporate board member who declares a conflict of interest on some matter and then steps out of the boardroom while a vote is taken. The other members of the board may well find their own decision-making influenced, nonetheless, by the disclosed interest of the colleague who has left the room. On the other hand, it might be said that while the practical value of disclosure is unclear, interested parties still have the right to know that an individual in whom they are placing their trust is in a conflict of interest. Briefly now, what does all of this apply for the Canadian Conflict of Interest Act? Time doesn't permit a full analysis, but let me make just a couple of points. First, the Act certainly has the ingredients to point public officials in the right direction with regard to conflict of interest. Under the Act, public officials are properly obligated to arrange their own affairs in a manner that will prevent them from being in a conflict of interest, as well as obligated to abstain from decision-making regarding matters in which they have a private interest. Setting aside quibbles outlined above about how the Act defines conflict of interest, the Act does provide decent basic guidance to public officials seeking to satisfy the main requirements of ethical behavior in the face of conflict. It exhorts officials to avoid conflict, to disclose conflicts, including in writing to the commissioner, who then posts them on the commissioner's office's website, and to recuse themselves from decisions regarding which they have a conflict. One important implication of what I said above might be worth noting, however. One section of the Act allows for exceptions to be made to some of its requirements if the commissioner is of the opinion that the contract or interest involved is unlikely to affect the exercise of official powers, duties, and functions. But as I suggested above, whether the conflict will have an impact on decision-making is only half the point, and perhaps the smaller half at that. The key is really whether participation in the decision will reduce public confidence in the relevant decision-making process. Finally, a key challenge with regard to conflict of interest really lies in what's not in the Act, namely the process by which government officials come to know the requirements of the Act and hopefully to internalize its real meaning. There is clear consensus in the relevant scholarly fields that simply having a clear set of rules accomplishes relatively little. Individuals need to understand the values underpinning those rules, and they need training. Reading a piece of legislation is not training. Training on ethical issues is a tricky thing, and unfortunately too often gets done in kind of a checkbox manner. Ideally, training should be experiential. Individuals need to experience the relevant ethical challenges, both in order to appreciate their seriousness on an emotional level and to practice, to develop the habit of doing what the rules require. One of my own research projects called InLab provides an example of what I mean. That project, which is online at www.interactives.ca, involves immersing individuals in realistic scenarios simulated online to allow them to engage in ethical decision-making in real time. Federal government training on conflict of interest doesn't need to look exactly like that, specifically, of course, but it illustrates what is possible in going beyond the typical annual sign-off approach to training on ethics and conflict of interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. And Mr. Cherney, I will hand it over to you for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity to address you on important matters of proper relationships and conduct of work in Canada's national government. Merci pour cette...
Thank you for this chance to share my observations.
Government matters dates back nearly half a century. And here we go. I apologize again. After that, I was a public servant from 1973 to 1994. After that, much of my work as a management and communications consultant was for federal government clients, including Parliament itself. And for the last 10 years, I have been very active in the Ethics Practitioners Association of Canada, including 5 years as president. We have workplace and retired members from the public and private sectors. Our educational activities have been much appreciated by public servants wishing to reflect on the ethical dimensions of their work. This background allows me to highlight various dimensions of ethical conduct of public servants in relation to Parliament, ministers, and cabinet, but I'm not an expert in the conflict of interest legislation, structures, and procedures, nor the details of the present case. Rather, I hope to elucidate the context of the work done by public servants in a professional and ethical manner. And I'll end with 5 recommendations. First, trust is essential to successful public service. The public must trust the government in order to have smooth, constructive relationships between government and society. Without trust, you can't have peace, order, and good government any more than you can have an efficient commercial marketplace. This is why it is essential to keep private interests out of government decision-making and operations. Conflict of interest, whether real or merely potential or apparent, can destroy the public's trust that government is acting in their interest. Therefore, avoiding the appearance of conflict of interest is no less important than avoiding its actual occurrence. Second, nonpartisan public servants and elected representatives must collaborate in the work of government. There needs to be clarity about their complementary roles and operating principles. That relationship was articulated in a careful and inspiring manner in A Strong Foundation, a 1996 report on public service values and ethics. Besides stating values that you want to find in every workplace and pursuit, such as integrity and respect, it sets out what it means to be a professional in public service within Canada's democratic system. Third, key mechanisms have grown in this area since that time. For instance, on accountability, conflict of interest of both politicians and public servants, and protecting individuals who disclose wrongdoing from reprisal. There is also a solid set of best practices to encourage ethical conduct in organizations. Some are articulation of values and codes of conduct, training and dialogue, counseling, mediation services, and how to manage conflicts of interest. For instance, in small communities where officials frequently have to deal with friends and relations. Ethics officials throughout the federal government have a network in which they share insights on all of this, and our association gives them the opportunity to do the same and learn from experience in other sectors. Fourth, organizations can have codes of conduct or statements of values, or both. Codes of conduct spell out a bottom line of rules and norms. Compliance is then the issue. Does this or that behavior pass or fail a norm? Does it obey or contravene a rule? And what are the sanctions or consequences for transgressions? Values, on the other hand, articulate the aspirations of an organization. The right question here is, how well does this or that behavior embody our ideals? How could we do better? This is the realm of learning, improvement, and celebrating excellence. To my mind, an organization needs both. Being serious about ethics requires having a bottom line of acceptability and sanctioning what falls below that line. But organizations must aim higher than mere legality. Otherwise, they won't inspire initiative and excellence in their personnel. Fifth, what happens in an organization reflects its culture. Culture exists at all levels and is constantly shaped by the behavior at all levels. But the key factor is leadership, the tone at the top. Culture cascades. The ethics of senior leaders is signaled by their actions even more than their words and filters down throughout the organization. Sixth, a key spot where the ethics rubber meets the road is in speaking up, in raising an issue that could meet with resistance and could make the speaker unpopular or worse. A teacher and researcher in the United States named Mary Gentile discovered that people often know what's right and want to do it, but feel awkward about speaking truth to power, even if the culture accepts it. So her giving voice to values practice involves a person reflecting on their moral courage, developing personal scripts for speaking up, and then rehearsal and practice. Her approach has a worldwide following, including some business school and other uptake in Canada. The capacity to speak truth to power is needed at every level, from junior staff with a supervisor problem to interaction between a minister and his or her deputy. And by the way, I have nothing personally to gain in publicizing her work. Seventh, speaking up is necessary for cleaning up. Secrecy allows things like bullying and fraud to continue in the dark. However, secrecy is entirely different from confidentiality. Confidentiality is an absolute necessity for public servants to be able to give honest advice to ministers and for ministers to seek it. Now, my 5 recommendations. The first 2 are specific to conflict of interest. Number 1, lest conflict of interest ever be overlooked, it should be standard procedure for all cabinet meetings that the chair of the meeting begins with raising the issue of conflict and inviting recusal. Number 2, there could be a similar process at the departmental level. When helping the minister to prepare for the next cabinet meeting, the deputy minister's written or personal briefing of the minister could include a reminder along the lines of, please assure yourself that you are not in conflict of interest regarding these agenda items. This should be seen as part of the deputy's support to a minister. Number 3, requests to a department from a minister or cabinet can be as broad as provide feasible options for achieving X. But the request can also be as narrow as conduct due diligence on choice Y for achieving X. In order to give the best possible advice, in order to speak truth to power and protect ministers from possible risks, the deputy's response to a narrow request could add any other pertinent intelligence that departmental staff can generate. Number 4, public servants sometimes feel inappropriately pressured when making decisions or providing information or analysis. Of course, they should respect their values and ethics code and resist pressures to contravene it. At the same time, other parties should also respect the code and not try to have public servants deviate from it. A statement should be added to the code addressed to anyone who deals with the public service to the effect that, quote, it is a violation of this code to pressure a federal public servant to contravene it, unquote. This is compatible with current instructions to ministers and ministerial staff. Number 5, an ethical culture is sustained by constant dialogue concerning the good, as well as specific instruction on norms, values, structures, and processes. Senior leaders should provide the tone from the top by supporting and participating in such dialogue and training constantly. In conclusion, I believe that Canada's public service has the capacity to provide expert and ethical service. If that is what parliamentarians want, they should support it. They should insist on nothing less, and they should never ask for anything else. Thank you.
Attorney. Moving on then, we will go into our first round of questions. Each of the members has 6 minutes to engage with the witness of their choice. Mr. Barrett, you are first up with 6 minutes.
Thanks very much, and thank you to both the witnesses for joining us today. I'll start with a question for Mr. Tierney. You talked about the tone from the top, and that leaders must demonstrate the highest ethical standard. You also talked about sanctioning actions that fall below the standards, and that standard should be higher than simply what is legally allowable. What do you believe appropriate sanctions should be for repeat offenses or repeat violations of the Act?
Thank you. I really cannot speak. Sorry, I'm getting an echo here. Okay, I guess we're fine now. I cannot speak to the issue of the political side because I really don't have experience in that. But on the public service side, there are provisions in the employment conditions which say that what is to happen is when performance is below par. People have annual performance appraisals, for example, and there's training, and can be reassignments and other sorts of things. I think that the clearest thing to say is where there's consistent behavior that is contrary to the norms. the organization has to look into whether this is a matter for a forensic investigation and deal with that accordingly, deal with it legally. But otherwise, there's always constructive things that can be done to find ways to help people, in a sense, find the niche where they can perform well. So it's part of the flexible life of everyday life in organizations.
Okay, thank you. My next question is for Mr. McDonald. You talked about the need for experiential learning when it comes to having an understanding of ethics and having an ability to follow those. So I guess my question is, if an individual was found to have broken ethics rules and received a written report from the adjudicating body one time and then a second time, would you consider that to be a sufficient experiential background that one would need to not further contravene those rules?
Well, as an educator, my standard answer is going to be there's never enough training and education. What you want is to provide people with a rich enough range of educational experiences. Sometimes, yes, the School of Hard Knocks, learning on the job, is part of that, but what you would ideally want is to have the training take place ahead of time and to have it give people a real enough sense of what these problems are like that you go past just either reading an act or reading it in a textbook. Right.
With respect to the matter that led to this study, and that's the awarding of the service agreement to the We Charity by the Government of Canada, and in testimony related to that at the Finance Committee by Prime Minister Trudeau, he laid a great emphasis on the distinction between a conflict of interest and the perception of a conflict of interest. So an actual conflict versus the perception. Now, gentlemen, one of you spoke to the harm that does on the trust that people have in institutions. Was that you, Mr. McDonald? Am I correct? Okay.
It was, yes.
What do you make of that distinction for an individual to say, you know what, I didn't actually have a conflict. In fact, it was just the appearance of a conflict, and so it's not as it's, and the implication there is that it's not serious. And so, can you speak to that argument?
Sure. Yeah, there's a valid distinction to be made because in some cases the perception of conflict of interest is based on some observers' misunderstandings of the facts of the case, and where that is true, then the solution is different, right? And when it really is a mere perception, then one of the things you want to try and do is fix the misperception, clarify the facts of the matter. But it doesn't mean that the perceived conflict is in no way interesting from an ethical point of view, because it does still need to be dealt with, because it stands to erode public confidence or the confidence of stakeholders. Something needs to be done, but it's going to be a different something than it would be in the case of an actual conflict of interest.
So in that case, would you say that once one becomes aware of the potential of the conflict or the perception of a conflict, then in the list of steps that one can take, avoidance, disclosure, removal, we've now passed the point where we're able to avoid in that case. So is recusing oneself from a discussion at that point in time, once you've identified the conflict, is that the appropriate step to take in the list of steps that you outlined?
Well, if you're talking about a perceived conflict of interest, then presumably there's nothing to remove yourself from, so recusal doesn't make sense at that point. But some other form of verbal distancing may be helpful.
Thank you. Ms. Briere, you have 6 minutes.
Merci, monsieur. Thank you very much for coming here, gentlemen. And from your CV, we can see that you have a great deal of expertise in your field. I'd like to piggyback on Mr. Barrett's question. In your opinion, what's the best definition of a conflict of interest? And what are the aspects that need to be contained in it?
I assume that's for me. Well, as I outlined in my presentation, a conflict of interest is, and again, I'm differing from the Act because I think the Act, while is certainly relevant to the operations of the committee, the Act is out of sync slightly with the best scholarly work in this area. A conflict of interest is a situation in which a person has a private or personal interest sufficient to at least appear to influence the objective exercise of his or her official duties. And that usually has to do with something like making a decision or offering advice.
Thank you. And
we know that most people think that they're able to identify when they're in a conflict of interest. They think it's easy to do. But when they're asked to define what that means, they're not able to give a clear answer. Can you tell us why? Why do they find it difficult to define it?
I feel like you may have been reading some of my work. This is actually a finding from a study I did with a couple of colleagues a few years back, but it's also common experience. Almost everybody knows that conflict of interest is a problem, but very few people can offer more than a very thumbnail kind of definition. They often can offer an example. They might be able to come up with an example like my judge example. But I think the reason is, there are two things we can point to as reasons. One is conflict of interest is a modern concept. The term conflict of interest didn't appear in the English language until the 1950s and didn't enter law dictionaries, for example, until the 1970s. So it's a relatively novel concept, relatively. The other thing is that because it's rooted in professional and business contexts, it's not part of the everyday texture of most people's lives. So most of us grew up with parents who taught us right from wrong, as in, don't hit your siblings, don't take other people's stuff, clean up your own messes. Very few people's parents taught them about conflict of interest, right? So it's not something that we're brought up knowing about. We may have some sense of that there's some fairness issues related to it, but that's why organizations need to do a lot of work, and in some cases highly specific work. If you look at the conflict of interest policies of banks, for example, extremely detailed, extremely specific guidance on how to deal with what for many people are quite novel situations.
Merci.
Thank you. Yes, in a study that you co-wrote on conflict of interest in organizations, charitable organizations, you propose some solutions when it's impossible that the decision makers recuse themselves. The highest public holder in the land said that it's not possible to come up with a complete list, because one of the solutions that you have brought to light is talks about integrity and experiential learning that could make this easier. Do you feel that the public servants does in fact meet this description?
I'm sorry, something got lost in the audio there. Do I feel that the what meets
the public service? Do you feel that they are in line with this description?
Well, if we're talking about, one of the standard ways to mitigate the effect of conflict of interest, if you can't make it go away, is to involve more people in the decision making, right? And so where you're the only relevant expert in some field, so you need to be part of this adjudicating committee, then if we can't remove you, then what we need to do is bring in additional people, right? So you have more people party to the decision. And in some cases that may be, no one's going to think, wow, that's a perfect situation, but it might be the best we can do in a given situation.
Vous avez aussi mentionné.
You also mentioned that conflicts of interest constitute a very specific moral concept. Could you tell us a bit more about the very concept of conflict of interest?
That's a dangerous question to ask a philosopher, because I could go on at great length. The concept of conflict of interest basically has to do with the fact that in modern life, we often have people making important decisions on our behalf or advising us on important decisions where we don't necessarily either have the proximity or the knowledge to monitor them. And so we need to be able to trust them. And yet all decision makers, including professionals and political leaders, have rich and complex lives that bring other factors to bear. And so there's every chance in all kinds of situations that when you're entrusted with making a good decision on behalf of your employer or on behalf of the public or your institution, other factors can intervene. And what we want in those cases to do is try to figure out, given the necessity of this role, how do we mitigate the challenges that might occur, including things like conflict of interest.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person then is Mr. Forte for 6 minutes.
Madame la Présidente. Monsieur
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. McDonald, hello. Mr. McDonald, I've always thought in my own prior practice, before I was a member of Parliament, I always thought there was this golden rule in matters of ethics and conflict of interest to the effect that, as of a point when I would be asking myself, maybe I am in conflict of interest, then I should step aside from that and withdraw from discussions on that specific topic. Is that true? Is that a kind of a golden rule in ethics?
I'm not sure I've ever heard it put that way. I mean, certainly, we were kind of talking about the gut reaction test. And certainly, if you have that kind of gut reaction, that might be reason to pause. That's not necessarily reason to definitively remove yourself from an entire conversation, because it might be that that the conflict isn't what it seems, or it might be that once disclosed, the relevant decision makers still want you to be part of the decision making because of your perspective or insight, expertise. But certainly, yeah, I mean, we want to say that people should have enough of a sense of what these issues mean, that their initial reaction should be, okay, if this smells like it might be a conflict of interest, put on the brakes, take a step back, talk to the relevant parties, and then figure out whether you can go forward.
Si j'ai cette impression.
If that is my impression, though, that I might be in a conflict of interest, this would mean then within myself, within my own gut reaction, my conscious, I'm not feeling free. I feel there's some kind of a restraint on me. So is that the conflict of interest? Is that what it means, rather than being an abstract notion? Isn't it something that each individual should be able to have a gut reaction about? Inasmuch as I feel that my decision might be influenced, then I should stand aside from that decision.
Yes and no. I mean, to some extent, even if you don't have that intuition.
Yes. Okay.
How about maybe? I mean, in part, I mean, your own reactions are important if they are, yes, there's something to worry about. If your own reaction is no, there's nothing to worry about, then don't trust your own reactions. But really, at the end of the day, it's the reactions of external stakeholders that we need to worry about the most. And what we want decision makers to have are the kinds of sensibilities that will help them anticipate, whether people are going to be worried about a particular situation or not.
Si, par exemple, si je prends.
Well, let me take the following real example. I have a decision to take about granting a contract for work to be carried out in an organization that I am managing. And the company that I'm making the decision about has in the past hired my mother, given her a couple of $100,000, and my brother tens of thousands of dollars, as well as my partner. So wouldn't I be in a conflict of interest?
As soon as you're involved in the decision-making process, or as soon as you're as soon as there's judgment to be made, you're in a conflict of interest. Again, the question then is, as I said in my presentation, so far so good, right? So far there's nothing blameworthy. The question is, what do you do once you're in that conflict, right? The conflict is something you can proudly proclaim. I've done it myself in committee meetings. I've said, no, I have to step away from this. I'm in a conflict, and I don't feel bad about that. the thing to feel bad about would be if I mishandled it after that point.
Est-ce que vous seriez confortable avec l'exemple?
Would you be comfortable with the example that I just gave you if you were managing the funds of an organization that had hired your mother, your brother, and your partner, your life partner? Would you be comfortable saying, I'm not in conflict of interest?
It would depend on the details, but it sounds like a conflict of interest, and so would require recusal.
Dernière question, peut-être, Monsieur McDonald.
All right, a last question perhaps for you, Mr. McDonald. When we grant a contract, there are specific procedures. There is a call for possible contractors, and then there are some decision-making processes often set ahead of time that help us decide who will receive the contract. Let's say you have an emergency situation. You award a contract without those objective criteria applied. Wouldn't we need to be even more vigilant in awarding the contract? Wouldn't the bar be even higher than when we proceed normally?
Whenever due diligence, if we're talking about the inability to do due diligence because we're moving quickly, for example, then sure, you'd want to be as careful as possible to make sure that, for one thing, even just practically, you would want to say, this is an important decision. We don't want something like committee hearings to happen, and so we'd rather do it right from the start. And yeah, I would think exercise, as you say, raise the bar, which I would like to see be fairly high to start with.
Okay. Et si j'avais la possibilité.
And if I were in a position to handle my reaction in a specific way, say, look, I'll get involved in making the decision as to whether or not we should do such and such a thing. For example, deciding whether a certain program would go ahead, but then I might decide to withdraw, recuse myself from the decision-making as to who the contract would be awarded to. Wouldn't that be considered a minimum that we should expect as a reaction in a conflict of interest of this nature?
Well, it sounds like what you're describing is a course of action, right? And so one of the key things about ethics is very seldom a point in time where a decision is made and it's final. So what you're talking about is, some information is received, I make an initial judgment. Some more information is received, I get further into conversations. And so, what we want to see is at what points along that timeline would the relevant individual have the relevant information that they sort of say, okay, I'm definitely out of this at that point.
Okay. Peut-être une question pour Monsieur Cherney.
Perhaps a last question for Mr. Cherney, if I have time, but I'm out of time, I suppose.
Almost 7 minutes.
Oh. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to put some direct questions to you, Mr. McDonald. I'm going to ask if you can try to provide some direct answers. We've had, over the last couple of hours, and in fact weeks, plenty of opportunities to kind of unpack what's been transpiring here. The previous witness made a statement that the system is the scandal. In the previous witness, I also begun the line of questioning around avoidance and anti-avoidance clauses, specifically Section 18, which says, no public office holder shall take any action that has its purpose the circumvention of the public office holder's obligation under this Act. And I'm stuck on this because we've had in previous reports, if I recall correctly, the Prime Minister in a previous finding of guilt said, well, it wasn't a private plane because it wasn't fixed wings, it was a helicopter. This type of legal finagling where the ethics are separated from the actual word of law, aside from the spirit of the law. And so when I look at, particularly on the contribution of awards, you brought up something I think the other witness did as well, around the culture of ethics, the ethical culture, and the behavior and the habitual pattern of ethics breaches and violations. And I'm wondering if you can comment on this particular aspect where, as it relates to this idea of sole source contracting, which in the private sector, would be a thing, and I'm sure you can find a parallel. But we see that over the last few years, in fact, 4 or 5 years, this idea of knowing that the law says the threshold is X and delivering a contract at $1 under X so as not to be found, or have a big project scope broken up into small contracts in order to be under the radar. And yet when it comes to this massive project, it has been made clear that Cabinet determines when a transfer payment programs are the most appropriate policy instrument. Cabinet also determines the objectives and outcomes to be achieved by means of a transfer payment. So this is the idea of setting up programs and processes outside of typical procurement. So it's not sole source, it's not a contract, it's a contribution agreement. In your philosophical opinion, would you care to comment on whether or not setting up these types of boondoggles in this way is in fact in itself a violation under Section 18 of the Anti-Avoidance Clause?
Am I in favor of boondoggles? I think, you're going to need to talk to a lawyer at some point about interpretation of legislation at that level and about the differences in particular kinds of legal agreements. That's just beyond my expertise. I'm not a lawyer. And so I'm just not sure I have the expertise to answer that. I mean, no one is in favor of boondoggles once you call them that.
Okay, so I'll set that aside and say, hypothetically speaking, if you are, putting together a conflict of interest act that clearly lays out all the parameters for which we've talked about over the last hour here, and then it seems like there's an appearance or a habit of conducting your actual business in a way that circumvents the actual parameters of the act in itself. Is by design the systems of procurement as they've been laid out not an example of avoidance related to this act?
I'm not sure I have enough of a grasp of the details of the particular case to know whether that's an act of avoidance. All legislation requires interpretation, that much is clear. And so there's no amount of writing. It's a classical problem with the relationship between ethics and law, is that laws can never be complete enough to outline all the things that might be forbidden, which is in part, of course, why we have the Conflict of Interest Commissioner
so I guess I'll put it to you in a more
committee.
I'll put it to you in a more direct way. You've referenced, or we've talked about this. I think it's even on your site in a roundabout way. You've talked about this. It's the Nixon test. What did you know? When did you know it? And what did you do about it? So if we have found time and time again, Trudeau Report 1, Trudeau Report 2, now we're in the third scenario, same thing with Morneau, that there is this culture of ethical permissiveness, what would be your recommendation to help offset through way of consequence? Because there's really no consequence. That's what we've determined. That there's no experiential learning, that we don't have to have training modules. We actually have findings of fact that they've been in breach, and yet there's been no learning. So if you're entering into, hypothetically, a conversation with the House of Commons, what would be your recommendations to offset these ongoing breaches in this culture of ethical permissiveness?
Without attaching myself to any particular description of what's gone on, I think, we all know there's a very serious challenge quite generally worldwide when it comes to elected political leaders, because they can't be censured in quite the same range of ways that we would in the public sector, right? When I'm teaching my students business ethics, the list is there, and it has to do with someone having the relevant authority, and it's less clear with elected.
Okay, less abstract. I got 30 seconds left. I'm going to put it to you this way. Are there any places around the world that have legal criminal repercussions for government corruption when it is deemed to be such?
For corruption, absolutely.
Okay.
In all kinds of places.
And do you believe that our code of conduct is strong enough, or is it in keeping with the parameters that you put out in your work?
Yeah,
is it up to date?
Room to improve the Conflict of Interest Act, but I haven't compared it internationally. I think it stands in need of some revision, just on the face of it, without comparing it internationally.
Do you think all employees? No.
That's your time, Mr. Green. Thank you.
But I'm from Hamilton, and we deserve 30 seconds extra.
I can appreciate that you're from Hamilton. I gave you an extra 20 seconds. Moving on then. That is correct because of translation. Moving on then to the next round. You have 5 minutes for questions, starting off with Mr. Gourde.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for both witnesses. We can start with Mr. MacDonald. What bothers me with this whole scenario is that when we go before the voters, we say that we're the best options for Canadians. Canadians think that we have responsibilities when this decision comes from the ministers. What we see right now is the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister were aware of the fact that they were in a conflict of interest situation, and they should have recused themselves. Even the Minister of Finance reimbursed over $40,000. He probably felt obliged to do that. And given that, what really bothers me is the Prime Minister put the blame on the public servants. He said that the public service advised me to make this decision, and it was up to him to make the decision. It's his responsibility. He was elected by Canadians to be responsible, to make difficult decisions. And in my opinion, this wasn't a difficult decision to make. I'll give you an example of a difficult decision. When you send people to Afghanistan, you know that people will be killed. We know that Canadians are going to lose their lives when we make such a decision. That's a difficult decision. But to not recuse oneself when we know that the family is in a conflict of interest situation, that's not a difficult decision. It's a question of judgment. Did the Prime Minister deny his responsibility as a Prime Minister with respect to this so-called easy decision? Mr. MacDonald.
Without being able to quote the Prime Minister directly, every individual, under the Act, he clearly has responsibilities to recuse himself when the decision at hand meets the relevant criteria. It complicates things a little bit that the Act differentiates between family members and relatives, and family members is kind of limited to the nuclear family. And so I'm not sure how the commissioner, for example, would interpret this. But you're right to the extent that there is no escaping having to make the decision whether to recuse oneself. That is, part that goes with the role, and it goes with the terms of the Act.
The other witness, please.
Oui, Monsieur Gourde.
Yes, Mr. Gourde. I apologize. I prepared. I wanted to talk about the working conditions for the managers when they have to make a decision. But I didn't prepare myself to discuss the details of this particular case. If I make a comment, I would say that all the information should be reliable, but I respect you. I understand why you have reacted in this way. Just going back to my question, senior officials provide advice to the ministers or the Prime Minister during their briefings. They'll explain to the best of their abilities with the tools that they have, based on the information they have, the various options available. But the decision itself, it was a political one. The decision was made by the cabinet, and this included Minister Morneau and the Prime Minister, who did not recuse themselves. So it's very difficult for other ministers to say no when the Minister of Finance says yes. So do you think that there was really a conflict of interest, or at the very least, an abuse of power? I must repeat that I can't really give my opinion on that, but I would be very surprised if a deputy minister would tell a minister that you are in a conflict of interest situation And I would advise you to step back. Pardon me. It's not up to the deputy minister to explain that there's a conflict of interest. It's up to the minister to do this. If the minister doesn't realize he's in a conflict of interest position, well, it's just as simple as that. And conflicts of interest, that forms the very basis of politics. It's the confidence that Canadians put in their politicians. And if we break this confidence, if we violate this confidence, well, the democratic process is for naught. Do you not agree? At this point, I think that you're not asking me a question. You answered your own question.
We are turning over then to Mr. Dong, who is sharing his time with Ms. Ziad for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. So my first question is for Mr. McDonald. Mr. McDonald, a very interesting presentation, by the way. I took the point that it's very important that in a situation of conflict of interest, or even a perceived one, it's going to shake the public confidence in the system. And we heard from our previous presenter, witness, that calling for more detailed and stricter rules around conflict of interest. Do you agree that we need more rules or perhaps stricter penalties on conflict of interest? Mr. McDonald?
I think rules can always be made clearer. I'm not sure more rules are better. I think in many kinds of situations in the private and public sector, what we find is not so much that there weren't enough rules, it's that people either didn't know how to apply the rules or the culture of a particular organization encouraged not following the rules. So it's not so much that you need more rules. That being said, I've already signaled that I think the Conflict of Interest Act deserves some attention and some tuning up. And that might well involve more rules, but it looks to me like there's nothing in the current case that couldn't be dealt with under the rules as they are.
Perhaps the more experiential training that you mentioned that might help. My second question is to Mr. Cherney. Mr. Cherney, in your view, what's the difference between a perceived and actual conflict of interest? And should that be legislated in the code? And how that's going to affect a government making decisions, in your view?
I'm aware that there are instances of codes at other levels of government in Canada that do set out a prohibition against appearance of conflict of interest. In other words, they say they do not only cover the fact that a conflict of interest, that a decision was taken which can be shown to have been in conflict of interest, but they say that the appearance of conflict of interest is something that a public official is obliged to avoid.
So should the perceived conflict of interest and actual conflict of interest to be treated the same way?
I would guess that the consequences of that would be that failure to reveal and to manage properly a conflict of interest, therefore is that has to be sanctioned or managed in some fashion. But it's not only the actual that needs to be addressed by the legislation.
Thank you. Over to my colleague from Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to both the witnesses. My first question is for Mr. Kearney. Given your experience in organizational ethics, what are the key elements of creating an ethical culture and developing ethical judgments? So what would you say based on your experience?
As I said in my opening remarks, there's been a very solid evolution and development of these sorts of elements that contribute to that. I don't think I can name any others than those that I named before. There have to be explicit expectations. Those expectations have to be announced and reinforced throughout the organization by communications and by training and by constant dialogue, because we all have to be aware that the world keeps changing, situations keep changing, people keep changing, and ethics isn't something like mathematics where once you know your times table, then you don't have to keep relearning it every few years. This is something quite different from that. And so then beyond that is all the situations of providing for procedures and offices and so forth, either internal to an organization or a neutral third party, that allow people to seek advice or to raise concerns that they feel they are too awkward to raise directly with their colleagues or superiors. So all of that is important. But I think the main point is the consistency of the culture, where those at the top are the ones who are most visible and end up leading and cascading the ethical culture through the organization. I would say that would be my number one.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cherney. Moving on to our next person then. Mr. Keurig, you have the floor for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I appreciate both of our witnesses that are appearing before us this afternoon. And I appreciate that Mr. MacDonald mentioned trust, and Mr. Cherney alluded to that as well, and absolutely fundamental in our functioning of a society that citizens need to have trust in their institutions, into the public office holders, because that affects every aspect of the information, the decisions that they make. It's not just about a conflict of interest. It's the reputation of an institution that is incredibly important. So Mr. Cherney, your experience in the public service, I'd be very curious to have your input as to how the excuse that the Prime Minister has given is that the public service made this nonpartisan recommendation and they simply had no choice but to follow it. In my experience, that's certainly not how briefing notes are written. That's not how proposals are brought forward. I'd be very curious as to if you have any comments about the Prime Minister's defense that this was something that was totally hands-off, it was handed to him, and that was that.
I'm afraid I really can't comment. I wasn't inside in any of these processes, and so you're giving your well-educated reading of the situation. You're reading the signals, and everybody else can too. But I can't add to that.
Sure. Okay. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the honesty. The Prime Minister has implied that he did not need to speak with the Ethics Commissioner because, and this question is from Mr. MacDonald, that he did not need to speak with the Ethics Commissioner because his wife was cleared by the Ethics Commissioner for her work with WE prior to the fact. Do you think he should have still spoken to the Ethics Commissioner about WE and the Canada Student Summer Grant when he first became aware of it?
Certainly, had I been lucky enough to have my opinion asked several months earlier than this, I probably would have told the Prime Minister that, yeah, this is the kind of situation where you want to, keep more than arm's length from it. You want to go to some lengths to do your best to make sure this is handled very cleanly. And I mean, this is a good example of where the difference in the Conflict of Interest Act that again differentiates between siblings on the one hand and family on the other. Those are relatives. You would want to say, well, look, you might be able to say that a sibling's participation in We Charity puts me outside of the requirements of the Act. But what I want to do is I want to, because of this, the importance of the situation, I want to go a little above and beyond, and certainly that's what I would have recommended to the Prime Minister, even if it wasn't risking clear violation of the Act.
No, I appreciate that, and Mr. MacDonald, in the Finance Committee, the Clerk of the Privy Council implied that there are some decisions that are simply too big for the Prime Minister or the Finance Minister, for example, to be recused on. I'd be curious about your view on that, Mr. MacDonald, and then I will ask the same question to Mr. Cherney as well.
I guess in the abstract, that seems plausible to me. There may be questions, prime ministers and senior cabinet members get involved in questions of the highest order, acts of war and things like that. And it may well be that in the abstract, some of those are absolutely essential, even if there's a conflict of interest. And then you'd start to look for mitigating strategies. But certainly, I would think the list would be relatively short of such exceptions.
So with your understanding of the ethical questions before us regarding the questions around the Canada Summer Student Grant, would you feel that is one of those cases that's just simply too big of a question?
I'm not sure I'm very well qualified to comment on that. I certainly have seen well-informed commentators on both sides, some who said, no, this was kind of a very, very central piece of public policy during the COVID-19 era, and therefore the Prime Minister had to be involved. But I also think there were very respectable opinions on the other side. It doesn't seem like a clear case.
Okay. Mr. Cherney, would you have...
Mr. Keurig, I'm so sorry. That is your time.
Well, I apologize, Mr. Cherney.
Thank you so much. Moving on to the next round here for 5 minutes, we have Madam Shanahan.
Chair, thank you. And thank you so much to our two witnesses here today, just giving us a broader framework to work with. It certainly is very educational. Mr. MacDonald, given you brought up COVID-19, it is a thing, it is happening. For my part, it's been a very intense session with all the new programs that have been rolled out in various ways and forms. In a context like that, or we can think of another example, thinking about conflict of interest, is that something that is affected by the situational context in which the decision makers are acting? Is there, especially this idea that good people can honestly believe that they're doing good things and not necessarily be aware, to have some sort of cognitive bias about what they're doing?
Certainly, this is the kind of situation where one of the standard difficulties for senior leaders and other kinds of decision makers in organizations is the feeling that my mission comes first, right? And that I've got to get this thing done. And sometimes that's, and often that's, entirely well-intentioned, right? There's the perception that, look, we're trying to get something important done here, which of course is precisely why we have things like the Conflict of Interest Act as kinds of reminders that we need to take a moment and say, well, it's not just what we get done, it's how we get it done. And so while I think, and that's what makes this kind of complicated, right? And interesting from an educational point of view, is that it neither, thinking that a mistake was made here doesn't require thinking that the decision makers were bad people, and thinking that things went perfectly in this case doesn't require thinking that the people involved were angels. It's a lot more complicated. And I have the luxury of saying interesting because it's interesting from an academic point of view, but challenging for you folks.
And certainly that's why this committee is meeting. Our motion before us is looking at the safeguards that are in place exactly for these kinds of situations, because we do want to do better. I found that certainly important to realize, even in the case of perceived conflict of interest versus an actual conflict of interest, that it's the trust in our institutions that are important. I actually want to direct this question to Mr. Cherney. The public service, then, in these in the context of a perceived versus actual conflict of interest, Mr. Cherney, do you think that there are things that we can do, this committee, that would help the federal public service do a better job in avoiding those situations? Do you think we need a thicker rule book?
I think the general reaction on the rule book is the thicker it is, the less useful it is. because you want people to make ethical decisions. And the more that you complicate life, you end up pretending that you have perfect or almost perfect foreknowledge of all of the permutations that can arrive, and that you've got rules and sub-rules to deal with each one of those. So then it's more or less of a mechanical process, expedited nowadays by using keywords, for example, and you find the right sub rule for the extremely rare circumstance that nevertheless, despite its rarity, you were able to anticipate. You can tell from my involved sentence with long words, I don't think a lot more rules are necessary. I think that people operate better and more maturely when they're challenged to understand principles and then go through enough iterations of applying those principles, for example, in the kind of simulations that Mr. McDonald talked about. And if one looks at other things, if those are very rich simulations, which aren't just sort of a few sentences, well, if this arrives, what do you do? If that arrives, what do you do? But really, the sort of thing that a good playwright would give you in a one-act play. You do a lot of those, then you become sophisticated in how to think in terms of principles and ideals, and then you'll come up with the best possible answer. It's a gray world, and it's not as if at the end of this somebody else has the correct answer and is going to check whether you got it or not. No, you have to have a really good answer and really plausible reasons why you brought it up, and somebody else has to do a darn fine job of coming up with a better scenario than you did.
Mr. Cherney, thank you very much. Moving on then to our two last members who will ask questions. Mr. Forte, you have 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. McDonald, earlier you spoke to us about conflict of interest and about the need to avoid putting oneself in conflict of interest to start with, and secondly, to disclose such a situation if it should occur, and third, to recuse myself and withdraw from decisions in such a case. That's what you've told us about conflict of interest. So here's my question. Let's say that I'm in a conflict of interest of this nature, but that a councillor says, no, don't worry, the decision you're about to make is the right decision. Let's say the public service tells us, don't worry, we have to give this contract, award this contract to We Charity. Let's say that we're looking at the real situation. Would that mean that I don't have to pull out?
Technically, the rightness of the decision is not relevant. I mean, it matters, but it's not. It doesn't negate the requirements.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Mr. Cherney, do you agree with what Mr. McDonald has just said, or would you give us a different answer?
Mr. Cherney?
Mr. Cherney?
Pas entendu. Ah oui?
No, je suis là.
I'm here. I'm back to earth. Both feet on the ground. Yes, Mr. McDonald is correct. There are, of course, always procedures that should be respected. If we hope to avoid or want to avoid a part of that process, we need a good reason for doing so. I have another question for you, Mr. Cherney. Ethically speaking, the fact that an individual who is in a conflict of interest is an example for their other colleagues, let's say. Here's a hypothesis. Let's say that they're Prime Minister of Canada and they were in a cabinet meeting. Is their duty to be vigilant in matters of conflict of interest even greater than if they weren't so influential?
Monsieur Fortin, vous-même...
Mr. Fortin, you and I have beards. We were both sporting beards. I wasn't expecting that sort of answer. Some individuals, some people have a certain gravitas, whatever their official position might be. And yes, If I mention beards, it's to speak to our gravitas. And yes, big heads have greater influence than smaller heads. And one should be even more vigilant about conflict of interest. Yes, as I hope I am. Thank you, Mr. Cherney.
Belle barbe blanche, en passant.
And a nice white beard, by the way.
Thank you. This has been fascinating. Mr. McDonald, I think the issue of you saying that ethics is a situation is very profound, because whenever government gets in trouble, they really demand that we have to be coming in the room as the body hits the ground and the smoke's leaving the gun. And even then, they say, well, you didn't actually see it happen, so you're not sure. So we have to trust in the Act. And the Act I'm interested in is Section 6, where it says about the public office holder recusing themselves and making a decision whether they reasonably should know that making that decision would be conflict of interest. It's the reasonably knowing. So the situation we're in is Mr. Bill Morneau was flown to some very exotic places by we, to the tune of at least $40,000. I think he paid back more than $51,000, so maybe it's close to $100,000, when the gift limit is $200. And his daughter gets hired by we as he's making announcements in his riding about we getting contracts. Mr. McDonald, would you say that that would meet the test that someone should reasonably know that those kind of gifts would put him in a conflict of interest?
Sorry, I was. I'm not, fully versed in the details of that case, and the extent to which, what was given back were gifts or some other form of financial transaction.
So between 40 and 90K. Would that put you in a perceived conflict of interest based on the Act in your reading of it?
Well, it's not just the dollar amount that's relevant. Certainly, that's a scale that is enough to raise eyebrows. Whether the details of the transaction are going to affect whether it falls into the relevant subsection of the Act.
Well, I think that's the question, because it's Section 5 says that every public office holder shall arrange his or her private affairs in a manner that will prevent the public office holder from being in a conflict of interest. This is what the Prime Minister was found guilty of when he took his trip to Billionaires Island. That's Section 5, that he should have reasonably known and kept his private affairs in order. So the fact that Craig Kielburger was a max donor to Justin Trudeau, the fact that the Kielburger brothers did political ads for Justin Trudeau, the fact that after he becomes Prime Minister, they hire his mother and brother to the tune of close to $500,000 and tell their board that they're not paying anybody. Would you not think that that would meet under the Section 5 test?
Mr.
That the Prime Minister should reasonably understand that he needs to have his private affairs in order so not to put himself in the conflict of interest he's found himself in?
Mr. Angus, we're going to have to let that question hang there. I'm sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. McDonald, Mr. Cherney, thank you so much for coming and being with us here today. We appreciate your time. And again, thank you so much for your patience at the beginning of this discussion. We very much do appreciate your patience with us. With that, I'm going to suspend just for 2 minutes while we switch over to our next witness. Thank you. you.